We should be live. Whew. Let's see. We got Evil Person and David here so far. How you guys doing? We're going to be continuing some Monster Hunter World, as you can see. And probably won't be playing it the whole day. I haven't decided what to play next at the moment. Thinking about letting Mountain Blade have like a little bit of extra time in the oven at the moment. Some spots are not quite done. I stumbled across. I'd prefer for them to get a bit closer to done, but we'll see. I can use mods to do it. Let's see. Here we go. Here we go. I think it'll be nice if I just do this too. Keep Mountain Blade up and see when the next patch is. Almost every single day, they patch the game. And they tend to patch the game somewhere between noon, my time, and 4 p.m. So, no patch yet. No patch yet, but I'm looking forward to it to see what we get. Because I want something. What is it that I was looking for? There was the sturgeons. The sturgeons. The sturgeon empire. The troops are kinda blah. I wasn't satisfied with that. You guys want me to be a big northern Nord. And I could just recruit others. I was thinking about it. You know, I was like, oh man, you know, what I could do is I could just get the not the Britanians, not Britannians, Bitanians, I think they're called. The ones next to them, the ones that are based off of like the Celtic stuff. Because they seem to have pretty good like stand-ins. Like it's close enough for government work. Alright, let's see. Wah, 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 wah. Alright, so Twitch. Bring up the channel stuff. There we go. Copy that. Paste that. Now let's start writing this stuff down. 6 PPQ WNFN ERWA. 6 PPQ WNFN PRWA. Everything seems good to me. Alright. Oh, I don't have Catbot. Alright. I forgot something. Okay, okay, okay. Bada bing, bada boom. I have now activated you. Okay, so now we go into the little commands and edit. He chooses. All right, there we go. Back to the game. Excuse me. Meh. Meh. Yeah. Yeah, I thought the game was in a bit more of a completed state than it was, because I never really went up to the sturgeon stuff and messed with them too much. They would come down and mess with stuff here and there, but now I know why they were never really that much of a presence in the world. Because the troops weren't that strong. I tell you who needs to be nerfed, or they're the most completed of the troops or something. Based on that, is the southern troops. Because I tell you, every time I start to get into the game a bit, the troops that seem to be the most dominant in taking over areas, just like, because the world, it moves around no matter what I'm doing. Like if I'm just like living in a corner of the world and just like buying food and trading with one town over and over again and keeping myself alive for years, that doesn't mean that the rest of the world isn't doing things. Like people are like conquering each other and killing each other, and it's like it's a big world doing all this stuff. So the Sturgeon Empire rarely takes over anything, and if it does, it doesn't have it for long. I know now why. And the same happened. It's the same with the most western of empires, the Battanians or whatever they're called. And when we were trying to look up the stuff about the sturgeons yesterday, it said that they were kind of not correct either. That explains why. So I think what that means I need to do is, rather than get buddy-buddy with them, I need to recruit troops from a more useful empire, and then just like conquer the north, take it for myself. Where they can have new representation that's stronger. So if I play today, I think that'll be my goal. I'll forgo having the troops of the north and trying to focus on only using them, and instead I'll just go around the world recruiting the best of different various nations that I can find. Like one of the easiest that I'll go for is the Eastern Empire has some really good mounted archers. The Western-ish Celtic-like empire that I can't remember the name of have really good ground archers, like archers on foot. And the Empire themselves have really good mounted heavy cavalry. And I don't know yet who I would consider to be a really good, like, frontline shield wall sort of person. I don't know. I would say it would be the Sturgeons, if the Sturgeon Empire wasn't screwed up, because they have those throwing the javelins, plus pretty good strong shields. So like as the enemy approaches, they can throw like 1 or 2 javelins for an additional ranged volley on top of the other ones to just soften up the impact of the charge, or vice versa. You know, when they're charging, they can throw a few ranged javelins as they're charging in to soften up the line that they're charging into, and then, you know, attack with just about as much good armor and weapons. But their stats are all screwed up. Like, they're really strong in two-handed weapons when they don't use two-handed weapons, or really strong in pole arms when they use two-handed weapons that aren't considered pole arms, or like it's like what the hell's going on?
All right, off we go again. You know what to do.
You think Glavenus can cleave an entire car? Ooh. Like it would be more like, do you think he could carve like a tank into? Would be like a better question. Put one of those new fiberglass cars in there. You could just rest his tail on it and that shit would get cut in two. The only thing holding it up would be that steel frame. I don't know if that's enough to support a few tons of freaking blade resting on top of it. Without it just crushing in.
Buenos dias.
Alright. But looky there. Elegant Missy.
Hey, you!
You. The golden goddess has reappeared. Yeah, you would think that, yeah. I want to know what the Monster Hunter world is like. Outside of Hunter villages, you know? I want like an RPG set in the Monster Hunter world. Like how do the normal people live their lives? Do they worship some of these monsters as gods? Seems likely. This game is not correct, by the way. We need to go Monster Hunter World and then say Monster Hunter World, and then where's Desert Flygon when we need her? She should. I had to figure out that my title was wrong myself. Whoa! Wake up, man. What the hell? I am tired, man. What's going on here? I think we should fight that that watery monster too that they added at some point. I haven't fought that thing yet. Did they add any new weapons or armor for it? Oh my gosh. Wee. I'm running in circles. Wee. All right. Let's see. Les zoom, please. I said les zoom, please. Well, I wonder if I could actually, oh, you're ready, okay. Right click on this and then go to like properties and then go to update. I don't know.
Use whatever you can.
Okay. Aha! I figured something out. What is it? The 20 something? That'll be fine. Let me play that. We're in a mission now. I'll mess with that later. He's tomorrow? Oh. Does Kulve Taroth, Kulve Taroth leave tomorrow too?
Let's do this. Proceed with caution.
Excuse me. Experiment. That's 2 point. Like, hold on. Wait a second. Okay. I'll look at that after the fight. Did I forget anything? I don't think I forgot anything. I feel like I forgot something. I feel very forgetful right now. Hiya! Big Booms is
Keep it together, okay?
I really feel like I forgot something. My free stuff. Mine. Hey, I was poking here. Hey! Mine. Now she's paralyzed. Lepoxis. I lepokyo. Corvi. I wish to lepokyo. Lepoxis. Lepo. Lepo. Hey, don't blame me. Nice try there, Colby. Lepo. You suck. She didn't roar before she ran.
Excellent.
I thought she always roared before she ran. Hey, hey, no one said you could run off with my stuff. Alright. Cat has died once again. It is okay, I understand. Everybody just hates Monster Hunter World now. It's a shame. Kobe, you were not invited over here. Go back to your room. I said go back to your room! Easing my way forward. Interesting hitboxes. Oh, you can't counter that? That's a shame. There's so few things you can counter sometimes. Tried to roll back because I knew I couldn't block in time. But I could now. I tried to do it again, but that time it blocked it. I guess because he didn't land directly on me with the thing. I instinctively tried to counter it. Like there's another counter that for some reason was blocked instead of countered. What the hell's going on here? Look at that. Give me 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 that.
Watch yourself.
Give me this. Give me that. Give me this. back up that far with it. Or she. Damn it. Let's hope that I could still hit her in the face in time. Excellent. Excellente. Give me that. Give me this. Give me that. Mine, 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 mine. It's all mine. Never even bothered to try to drop the boulder, huh? It's not like we need the boulders. I mean, we're lance users here. It's the kind of boulders are the kind of things plebeian weapon users need. Yes. Weak. Impudent. Ineffectual weapons. The doodle horn, or the drum. I am coming, Cole. Hey-ya! Damn it! I wanted to like have fun and jump. Just lowered your head slightly. Oh shit! Fool! Oh, bleed! Oh, 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 ah, ah, oh, 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 do, do, oh, 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 oh. Poo, poo. We gonna poo, poo all over you. On you, we poop on lay you poop. Oh, you can't block that. Oh my god. I keep forgetting. That could have killed me. Mate. Mate, calm down now. Why am I letting him hit me? I should just like Superman died again. Hoop. Le hoop. Le he 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 hoop. Aw. I wanted to claim that land for myself. Fall already. Oh, it was fake falling. You miss. Ah, I'll never understand why I can't block that, and so I never try to do anything other than just block it, because I should obviously be able to block it. Like, how is that attack any stronger than any of the other fucking crazy ass attacks she does? See, I tried to do the half block that time, but no, you gotta do the big block, and I keep forgetting, because the big block is worse in Monster Hunter World Iceborne. It used to be like that was the best block to do, but in Iceborne it's like one of the worst blocks you can do because you tend to take more damage rather than less. So I try to avoid that. I only do it sometimes to give myself like increased damage on an attack or something like that. But that block there, you take more damage than if you just do a normal block. I don't know why. Bad programming? I don't know. I mean, you witness it in this fight alone. When she does this breath attack, you take 0 damage if you block like this. In fact, you see my health going up. If I do this block, I start taking damage. Yeah. So even in this freaking fight, I'm discouraged from doing it. But apparently that's the only way to block the belly flop. Here we go. Hey, yep, you can't block the belly flop that way. Finally remembered to do it because I was actively talking about it. Aw, we never broke our horn. I wasn't paying enough attention to trying to hit it. Plus, she hit me with her head like approximately like 3 times the entire fucking fight. So I really didn't get to counter her face and weaken it. Asshole monster misses way more than she hits with her attacks. Yeah, Lancers are unbeatable, Frank. That's what you get, bitch. We pooped all over you, you weak, ineffectual monster. Take this. Let me guess. Worthlessness, and oh yeah, that thing we like to call worthlessness. I say what? What is that you say? Fury wants to know who would win, Acidic Lavinus or Fulgur Anjanath. He's a big fan of Acidic Lavinus versus. Who would win, Acidic Lavinus versus Godzilla? Rodan, perhaps? Like, ho 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 ho. That is easy. Godzilla, of course. Is that so? Then who would win? Acidic Lavinus or King Kong? Yes. I don't know, man. My brain no works. Is what are we doing? The flops just take all the stamina and that should be power guard. Yeah, but we have guard 5, dude. On a fucking tower shield. What the fuck is guard 5, guard up, and a tower shield? Not enough stamina. Like, get out of here, dude. It's weird. And how the hell is a power guard not enough of a guard in order to block a damn the molten lava? But if I stand in the molten lava instead of kneeling down with the put my shield up and all that other shit, like it's all good, man. Just float your damn shield up in the middle of the air and activate your guard, and then you're fine. I don't know, man. There's like legitimately something wrong with the coding of the lance. Otherwise, you would not take any damage. You take more damage during a power guard than you do by guarding. What that means is something is wrong with the code. They fucked something up. Hey, evil person. I don't know what it is, but they fucked something up, man.
Hey, you!
Like, it could be that power guard doesn't actually properly apply the guard effect to it. Like because you know you have guard 5. We have guard 5, right? Maybe guard 5 doesn't properly apply to power guard. And so guard 5 is reducing stamina consumption and damage of a blocked attack when doing a normal block. But if you go into a major power guard, because it doesn't apply it, you get chip damage that you would have not otherwise received. Because I get 0 chip damage from standing in the lava with a normal guard. But if I do a power guard, the most powerful guard in the game, with the most powerful shield in the game, with guard 5 and guard up, all of a sudden I take chip damage. That's very weird. It's because it's never used stamina. Because you don't, you've never had to use stamina to do a stronger guard. You only use stamina to do the big giant power guard or whatever the hell it's called. You see what they're calling it, right? Let me look at the right name for it. It's called, press R2 and X while charging counter thrust to enter a... Yeah, it's called power guard. So what's... Okay. So... What's the other guard called? Counter thrust? Is it a counter thrust? During guard shot. It's called guard shot. So there's guard shot. No, that's not right. Counter thrust. It's called counter thrust. Hold R2 to ready your shield. That's just you're readying your shield, right? This is blocking an attack while your shield is up will result in an automatic counter attack. So a counter thrust doesn't consume mana because it's not a stronger guard than normal. It's an attack, basically. You're just doing a strong attack. You're not doing like a strong guard. Like counter thrust is no stronger a defense than a normal guard. However, a power guard is a fucking power guard. Press R2 and X while charging a counter thrust or during reactions or during guard react. What the hell is a guard reaction? What the fuck is a guard reaction? There's another way to activate power guard? What's a guard reaction? Your stamina will deplete as long as you your shield is readied. But stun time from guarding will be greatly reduced until your stamina runs out, allowing you to swiftly counterattack. What is a guard reaction? It only refers to it one time, and like, hold on, I'm gonna see if it says guard reaction anywhere else in the lands. It doesn't. There's no. What the fuck is a guard reaction? Is there some sort of hidden mechanic I haven't heard about with the lands? It's definitely, the code is broken though for the lands for sure. Hey, when they're buffing the lands, they can fix that. They can fix the code for the power guard because it doesn't work properly. I should not take chip damage when power guarding. That shit doesn't make any sense. Like, a normal guard is perfectly fine, but power guard, ooh baby, here comes that chip damage. No, fuck that, dude. Alright, we're gonna type in Monster Hunter World and look up guard reactions. And put that shit in quotation. Okay. Huh. Under point guard for the point guarding for the charge blade lists guard reactions as a thing. Guard reactions are basically how you react after guarding. Think of it as your counterattack. You will not be able to execute these if you stagger too much from guarding a very heavy attack like Nergigante's dive bomb, or from certain monsters' roars, Diablos, Deviljho, etc. This can be prevented with skills and guard, but in such cases you will be better off using the lance or gun lance as they have better guarding capabilities. There are only 3 reactions you can execute from a guard point, and I will demonstrate them in the following sections. Guard reaction charge files. What is the guard reaction for fucking Lance? I didn't know Lances have guard reactions. Guard reaction, sword morph. So one thing I didn't know about this is also something I didn't know about the charge blade, is that apparently if you land a point guard, if you land a point guard, you're allowed to react from a point guard with a counter attack on the like you can activate things. Like for instance, you can go straight from a point guard into charging files much quicker than you normally can, or into a sword morph slash, which is basically a counter attack, or right into an immediate souped amped elemental discharge. Yeah. And in Iceborne, you can go into a Savage Axe mode too. So yeah, if you land a guard, you can go straight into a souped amped elemental discharge with the charge blade. That's pretty neat. I didn't know that. The more we know. But what is it in relation to a lance? Oh my gosh. Like, I can only find information about it for the charge blade. There's no information about guard reactions for lances. Is that like maybe a, you think there's a chance that there was extra mechanics built into the lance that they cut out of the game, but they left that, like the lance had guard reactions, but then they cut it out? So I'm going in the training room. And I'm just gonna like hit my shield during various guards and see if extra buttons pop up on the side of the screen. So this is just a normal guard, right? Damn it. I moved. So notice that for a split second, everything disappeared. So here's what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna go in the Hunter's notes, right? And look at that, what it said again. R2 while charging counter thrust or during guard reaction. So what I'm gonna try to do is just press R2X randomly when I'm hit, my shield is hit in a few different instances and see if it just goes into a power guard instantly. No. Okay. I'm gonna spam it this time. Damn it, I pressed it too early because I did the little hop back. No. Alright. So what I'm thinking, maybe I could cancel the counter thrust. Maybe that's what it's considered. You can cancel the counter thrust. The guard reaction is the only thing the counter thrust is the guard reaction. Most but you don't activate that manually, it does it itself. It's super tight timing though. I don't know if that's actually true. Hold on, let me look at when I land the counter thrust. Let's see what pops up on the screen. No, it didn't change anything on the pop-ups. It just removed the pop-ups. I might have pressed it before the explosion went off. I don't know. Yeah, I think I might be pressing it before the explosion goes off. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm pressing it before the explosion goes off. That 100% was before it. Yeah, every time I know for sure, like I'll every time I do something like wait for the rumble, which signifies for sure that I've been hit, it doesn't work. If I have to do it before the rumble, which is like the rumble is a guarantee, like I'm registering the hit, right? Yeah, you cannot do it after the rumble. Alright. Yeah, that's not how it works. I did the exact millisecond that time the rumble happened. I might have even pressed it a hair before the rumble, and yet it still did the attack. Huh. The fuck is a guard reaction then? Maybe being hit when you do this? A dash guard might be counted as a... Because that's a unique kind of movement. Okay, that was a leaping slash I did on accident, my bad. No, it jumped back. Yeah, no new pop-ups besides leaping slash and whatnot. What the fuck is this guard reaction for a lance? I don't know, dude. I can't think of anything else. I'm looking up things. I can't find anything. What other kind of guards are there? There's the Clutch Claw guard, I guess. Let's get a, where's the pods? Normally that gives you a pod, I thought. Oh wait, here's the pods. Alright, so I didn't see an extra pop-up. I'll press X when I get hit though. No, it hopped forward out of it. It canceled out of it. What other kind of attacks have guards? I mean, other movements have guards. Huh. It's not talking about from this because it says that or guard reactions. The only way I know to go into a power guard is to do a thrust thingy and then do a power guard. But it says you can do that or go into a power guard from guard reactions. Like, you cannot do whatever the fuck a guard there is no such thing as a guard reaction. The fuck is a guard reaction? I don't know what you mean by hit a button and freeze, and I don't know what you mean by guard advance if you're talking about something I haven't done. Because if you mean this this here, that was the first thing I tried. They refer to it as a guard dash. Oh, what about a guard poke? You can poke while guarding and never let your guard down. It's a guard thrust. Maybe? I forgot about that. That's the only other guard I know about, I think. I don't know, man. No. There's no such thing as a guard reaction. I would have figured that shit out by now. There's nothing. See it. Press R2 plus X while charging counter thrust, or during guard reactions to activate a power guard. There. Let's see if it defines, because apparently the charge blade does have guard reactions, so maybe it defines it here. Yo, it doesn't even use the word guard reactions. What the fuck? Look, it says guard reaction. Combos from Slinger Burst after guarding. Guard reaction, Slinger Burst. Sword Spin Slash, or Elemental Discharge. Seems to imply that guard reactions are just your shield getting hit. Period. This does not list anything about guard reactions under combos. Do you think it's a typo maybe or something? I don't know, man. I'm gonna try to do this guard reaction. Is guard reacting the act of guarding? I think guard reaction might be the act of being hit while guarding. And if that's the case, then that's a lie. That they said the lance can do that. Okay, so this is a slinger combo. Guard reaction, and then hit L2 for slinger burst. Okay. So it's just... I'm gonna guard and then hit L2. Nothing happens. Wait. I pull out my slinger. I don't think I'm guarding right now. It doesn't look like she's guarding. Okay. That has nothing to do with guard, though. If I let my shield down, I can then pull out my slinger. But if I hit it while I got my slinger active, this is what happens. It just zooms in. It zooms in. That's weird, dude. What is it doing? Why does it need to zoom in? Like, is this a ranged weapon? That's an odd mechanic. Anyways. Wait a second. That just getting hit is a guard reaction. Cause look, I'm spamming it right now, right? I'm gonna start spamming it once I hit this barrel. Well, then it's a fucking lie. Lances don't have guard reactions. They had a mechanic that the lance originally had, and then they removed it. Why would you nerf the lance before you even released it? What the hell's going on? I mean, I know it's OP, but come on. The lance is OP and all, but give me my shit. And after this slinger burst, I can then do a spinning slash or a discharge. Let's do a spinning slash. Let's see. Oops. I want to actually look at the screen and see if something pops up that normally isn't there. So look at the screen, right? And then when I pull my shield down, that happens. Okay, so that is not the right way to do shielding. I hate this fucking weapon, dude. It's trash. Why doesn't it pull my shield out? If I hit R2, it should pull my shield out. Why does it attack like that? That's so dumb. I gotta pull my weapon out, and then I can shield. That's so annoying. Alright. Oh, for fuck's sake. And it's doing all this combo shit instead of fucking the one fucking thing I wanted to do. Transform back, you useless fucking weapon. This weapon's trash. Okay. What I'm looking at is the right side, the top right side of the screen. Look! Things popped up on the screen. Saw that? See? I did a super amped elemental discharge thingy. So if I would have done this... Oh wait, that's wrong. Just do this. It's been a while since I used this damn weapon. Alright, so now oh, that's just an amped elemental discharge, not a super one. But yeah, normally you can't go into that. That's a unique animation, being able to go into that. Okay. Hiya. 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 Alright, put this weapon. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the do. Cancel that. And then get it fully charged again. And then let's see if something new pops up. No. There's the super amped elemental discharge. So you can go into a super amped elemental discharge straight from a block. Or morph. Or a clutch claw combo. Or if I do this, an elemental discharge. And what happens if I what happens if I do it like this? Can I go clutch claw into super amped elemental discharge? Well, I can go. Okay, that full combo works. So that you can do the block combo because it lets you go into that round slash, which is this attack. It lets you bypass this and this attack. Because normally you have to go boop, 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 boop. You know, do all your shit to do the thingy. But if you're in the sword mode, but instead it lets you bypass that because it starts at the round spinning slashy thingy. So you can go into a round spinny slashy thingy into the full combo. Why the fuck does this get all this fancy ways to do extra damage, but a weapon that people say doesn't do a lot of damage doesn't get any other fancy ways to do damage that are hidden? But yet it has text that suggested it might have at some point. Like, maybe it's because I'm getting staggered. What is my guard? Guard 4 still. Why does that shit stagger this weapon that much? What a pussy weapon. It's got guard 4 and it was getting staggered that much? Let's all point and laugh at the charge blade. Ha 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 ha! You can't guard shit! Fucking assholes. Like, I don't get it. Can't even fucking move. Let's get rid of all my guard so I get as much knockback as possible. Oops, that's not working. There's another pointed guard somewhere? Oh, there it is. Alright. No guard now, right? I'm gonna get max knockback. Still nowhere near as aggressive as the freaking Lance. I mean the other one. Motherfucker. A guard reaction is a being knocked back massively far with you when you get hit. Why doesn't that pop up as an option to press on the side of my screen? On the top right of the screen, look. Look what commands it says I can do from a guard. So like, notice that from a guard it says I can do a guard dash or whatever. And if I enter, say, a counter thrust, notice how it says I can then go into a power guard or a clutch claw or a leaping slash or mid thrust. And then all these different things it's telling me I can constantly do, right? However, watch what happens when I get hit by this barrel's explosion. There's no information on the screen at all. But what it is actually what you can do is this. You can bypass this and go straight into a power guard. So if you're like, ow, and you're about to get hit by a combo, but the first hit of the combo knocks you back really far, you can be like, ow, fuck off. I didn't even fucking know that, dude. Is there anyone here in chat who knew that? Alright, well, let's see how much guard I need to have before I lose that ability, unfortunately. Well, evil person, this might be interesting to you because the very next thing we're doing, if 2 of the 4 weapons in the game that have shields on them have guard reactions, perhaps one of the others do as well, evil person. I know you love your sword and shield. Yeah, it's like we do, Frank, but it's super rare. Very few attacks can actually knock us around. Normally they just bypass our shield entirely if they have enough power to knock us around. But there are some attacks that will knock us around that don't bypass our shield. It's not common, but maybe there's like maybe one combo in the game somewhere that when it starts, it hits you hard enough to where you're like, hey, I want to enter a power guard so the rest of it doesn't affect me anymore. Alright, we're going to start by taking off 1 point of Iron Wall. Still not enough. A little flinch isn't enough. I think you need to be pushed backwards. Okay, so if you just flinch, I'm not sure you can do it. I perfectly timed that X press to the point where no action was taken because I was currently locked in shield stun, so I wasn't able to hit hop back, and because if you do it before you get hit, you get hop back. If you do it after you get hit, you'll hop back, right? So I'm executing it during shield stun and it's not working, so I'm gonna execute it after shield stun. Not working. Well, that was actually currently during because it worked. I just did it a slight bit later. Damn, I'm trying to do it like the millisecond shield stun ends. I don't really... Well, I'll just start spamming it. I'll spam X button as fast as possible during shield stun. No. So there's that. That's not enough. Let's remove one more point. That's offensive guard. There we go. Inconceivable. Oh. Afterwards, let's do it during the shield stun. Nothing. And once again, we're not being pushed back at all still. I think you have to lose ground to the attack. If it doesn't push you, it doesn't count. Oh. Like, at what point will I start getting pushed back? I don't know. Lance is too powerful, man. We're down to 1 point of guard now. 1 point. Yo, 1 point of guard and you cannot have a guard reaction from an explosion. Alright, whatever, dude. So let's change. To a sword and shield. It's massive knockback. Perhaps too much. Let's put some guard in there. Huh? What's going on? Where's my lance build thingy? Should be around here somewhere. That's not it, is it? Hell no, that's not it. Now I pressed the damn button. Damn it. I'll let it go. Fine, I'll go all the way from the beginning. Oh, it's page 15? Oh, where the hell is it? Page 7? 18? No. Page 19. No. Page 20. Yes, okay. Gotta remember that. Alright. First thing we're gonna do is see if it mentioned... No, fuck that. First thing we're gonna do is we're just gonna try it. Need a guard decoration, which is like page 4 or something like that, I think, or 5 maybe. Yeah, 5. First page of page 5. All right, so I now have 5 guard So this shouldn't knock me back as much. Okay. You do lose ground now. You lose less ground with 5 guard and a small shield than you do with 4 guard and a middle shield from the charge blade. The charge blade's shield isn't in between. Like, it's not in the middle ground between freaking like okay, let's say this shield has a guard value of 1 and the lance has a guard value of 100. I assumed that the medium shield was perfectly in the middle, meaning a guard value of 50, right? No, I think it would be like more of a guard value of like 10 or 20. Like, it's much closer to the small shield than it is the bigger shield. Because 1 extra point of guard almost completely negates the knockback of this barrel. Where 4 guard still pushes you back a ton with the charge blade shield. One point of guard with the major shield thingy barely pushes you back at all. Alright, so like, let me see this. We're gonna put a guard decoration in this one as well. Alright, so now, like, take a look at this. Which, this weapon looks pretty fucking cool, by the way. But let's take a look at this. This is 5 guard now. How much is this gonna get knocked back? It's exactly the same as the fucking light shield. It's more like a 5. If you assign a 100 to a lance shield and a 1 to a sword and shield, then like a charge blade shield is like a 5 or 10. It's almost identical. Like, it's barely better than a small shield, apparently. At guarding, that's guard 5. Look how much it got pushed back. And you guys saw guard 1. Guard 1 on a lance meant I didn't fucking move an inch. Look, it's identical. Why do charge blades shields suck? I thought they were like decent. Fuck medium shields, they are not medium. Alright, let's start experimenting with button presses. So normally this is what happens when you hit triangle. Same thing. This is normally what happens when you hit triangle and circle. Nothing. Still nothing. That's X, and that's X, so no difference. Circle. And normally this is circle. Aw, this isn't looking good. So far, so bad. So far, pretty bad. This, ooh. Hey, it's zooming in. That's exactly what happened with the charge blade. Alright, this could be a good sign. Aww. What the fuck, man? The charge blade is one of the highest damage weapons in the game, and it gets all this bullshit fucking guard reaction shit, but the damn fucking sword and shield don't get any love? None? Literally 0. It's got nothing. Can't even use a motherfucking potion as a reaction. You got nothing. I can't think of any other buttons to press. Like anything, like this shit, like buttons that do things. Like, did I try X? Maybe it's, you get a special roll or some shit. That upsets me. Why they gotta be treating the sword and shield like this, dude? That's just the normal thing. If you, I dropped the shield and that was it. Like at the, wait. How do you do this? There. You gotta press back. That is too complicated, by the way. It should just be circle. I'm sorry. You should not have to press back perfectly to land that. And then on top of that, aim it just right or you'll miss it. Like, that's not right. Like, on what, look, see how I almost missed it? Because when you do the back, it kind of shifts your angle, see? See how I'm not at the correct angle anymore? Why is this the hardest move to execute in the entire fucking game? There is no, it is easier to do point guards with a fucking charge shield than it is to land this attack accurately. Why? It's a terrible design choice to force players to do this. Notice how I slightly shifted angles, only barely hit it? You'll always slightly shift angles. You know why? Because is my what direction is my camera facing? Draw a line right now on the screen to tell me what direction my camera is facing. If I press back right now, am I truly pressing, if I press perfectly down on the analog stick, right? This is why this is the hardest move to execute in the game accurately. If I was to look at my shield, look at my character's positioning, if I was to press directly down on the controller, perfectly straight, is that the way my character's facing? Or am I facing slightly to the right or slightly to the left? Because the angle of your camera determines where back is, not the angle of your player. So for instance, right now, look at my character. If I want to do that attack, I have to hit up and back. Oh, I did. There we go. I finally did it. So I have to hit up and back. I screwed it up again. Huh? Oh wait, you have to block though. No? It's... Am I not doing it right? I'm not doing it anymore. There we go. You do have to do it from a shield. I confused myself because I was talking so much about angles. So here we go. I have to press up and back. Notice that that wasn't the angle my character was facing, because 100% direct up and back, look what it did. It made my character turn to that direction. That is why that is the hardest move to execute in the entire game. So I am going to move my joystick. This is proof that I'm pressing the correct directions, right? I'm going to move my joystick towards that tree. See this? Perfectly aimed. Now I'm going to do the exact same thing. I'm going to spin in a circle, and then I'm going to go okay, and then I'm going to spin my camera in a circle, because you do that kind of thing when you're fighting. Now I'm going to guard, and then I'm going to press my joystick in the exact same way and back in circle. Didn't even work because I was too far off center. So we're gonna be like, oh, we're in the middle of a fight. Hiya, 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 and hiya. And I'm gonna make a slight adjustment because that's even more off. Okay, so now I'm gonna do it again, right? See? But I'm going to put down my shield and press directly up on the joystick. Notice that's where the top of her hair was pointing, and the top of her hair is still pointing there when I get there. It wasn't directly, the top of her hair was not directly centered with the log. It was slightly to the left of the log, and I landed slightly to the left of the log. It's almost as if I know how to press directly up on my joystick. The problem is, that's not where my character's facing. This isn't the same thing either. See that? You see what I mean? When you do it, your character turns slightly. For some reason, your character turns slightly. You can almost never keep the exact same angle. I'm facing here. See? You almost always turn just a little bit. And it's like, okay, so I want to do that slash. I want to slash that tree with that directly back and forward move. So what I want to do is I want to aim my camera to the right of the tree, look to the right of the tree, and then do it. And then I land the attack dead center. Now, the amount I need to look to the right and aim my character to the right is directly dependent upon the distance I am from the object, by the way, that I'm trying to hit. I want to aim further to the left the further I am away from it. I mean, the right to the further I am away from it. Why is this so fucking complicated? It's just a simple fucking attack. It's not even strong. Look at its damage. $140 and $122? Are you kidding me? Oh, baby. We've broken a fucking record. But what if I just hit, like, say, circle? Or triangle? Oh, what if I hit triangle and circle? Oh. What if I do something like this? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's just like it is a charged attack. And in the amount of time it takes for your character to do this and get 300 damage, you can do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And get almost the same damage. Or you can do this and get more damage. You can just... Oh wait, hold on. What is it? Is it 1 and then I'm trying to remember wait, I hold forward on the triangles. Yeah, okay. I do neutral slashes, I think. Yes, okay. I'm trying to remember, like, good combos for the lands. I mean, for the sword and shield. So, like, in the same amount of time, I can do that. I can do this. But notice that I'm not stopping at any point. I'm doing this combo forever. It's an eternal combo that's doing the same damage, if not more. And I'm not having to fucking do some super fucking micro spacing, perfectly timed, double press with a slight delay fucking thing. Because you can't press back and circle at the same time. Because it won't always work if you press it at the same time. If you look up guides for how to do it, because it just doesn't consistently work, you actually have to just slightly tap down, slightly before you hit circle. Just ever so slightly. Because if you don't, it just doesn't consistently work. The window for doing it isn't, like, it's too tight for getting it perfect. Like, if you press circle just a millisecond, one frame before you press back, then it doesn't work, it seems like. Wait, hold on. They might have adjusted that. I feel like I pressed it just slightly before down, possibly. They might have changed that. The window's still insanely tight, but it feels like it's slightly more forgiving, maybe? No, I don't think I'm actually pressing the circle before I'm pressing down. I think I'm still pressing both at the exact same time. And that's just, this is the exact same time almost. Whereas this is me, like, this is what I normally do. I go down, then circle. But you have to hold down too. You can't go down and then wait and then hit circle. You have to do the both. You have to hold down. And when you're holding down, then hit circle, right? So when I'm gonna start holding down and then hit circle, and there's a delay. I want to see how long I can wait, by the way, after pressing down. You can wait a fairly long time after pressing down. You can press down, and then there's this fairly large window when you can activate the attack. Such a shame. And so what ends up happening always is this. You aim towards your target because you're just instinctively thinking the fucking thing works. You do this and you're facing the wrong direction. Then you have to re-aim. And notice how I went to the right, but I went too far to the right. That's what happens 99% of the time I try to do that fucking attack. And I don't remember to just adjust beforehand, which is aim to the left, or to the right, and then do it, and then suddenly I'm right on target. Such a bullshit. That on top of the fact that, like, the other two shield weapons in the game get these fancy ass things, shield reaction things. But this weapon gets fucked in the ass. Just like with every fucking thing else with this weapon. What the fuck is their problem with the fucking sword and shield, huh? Why you guys gotta be a dick? Fucking sword and shield haters. There's something I mean to test. I forgot about this. I don't remember how this works. That's what I thought. Why isn't that a block? Why isn't that a block? Look at this. It's much harder to do it when you're not looking in that direction. What do you think she's doing with her shield there? But looks like she's putting it in front of her body and blocking. When that happens with anytime there's an attack where the charge blade moves their shield in front of them temporarily during an animation, that's something we like to call a point guard positioning, where if the monster happens to hit you during that moment, you actually get a free guard. Oh, but fuck the sword and shield. You should also get guards when you're doing a shield bash. It's only fair. Shield attack, shield bash. That should be that should be, those two hits should be guard attacks. So, if you hold forward, I think. Yeah, the first one should only be block. No, the first one shouldn't count as a block at any point. But the second one should be a block the whole time. That should all be a block. And it's not, obviously. That should all be a block. Look at how the shield's positioned. Now look at it from this direction. She even lowers the shield at the end of it. Look. She lowers the shield and puts her head behind it. That is obvious. Look. This is normal guard position. This is the end of that move. Which is a more guarding guard? That animation screams to me that originally it did count as a guard and then they nerfed it before the game came out. Unbelievable. Normal guard. That 100%. I'm 100%. I don't believe that animation. Look at the animation. We're bringing this up, boys. We're bringing up the slow-mo. That is incredible. Okay. Look at the animation here. That was insane. I forgot how bad YouTube looks with this the streaming at this frame rate over YouTube, over Twitch. So take a look at this, guys. All right, so can I advance frame by frame? Yes. We're gonna advance this frame by frame, okay? Look at what we're about to witness. Here we go. There's a few extra frames where instead of her lowering the shield, she raises it up and lowers her head underneath it. Watch this. Now, what is she doing here? The shield bash isn't her pulling the shield up really high and attacking with the shield. It's her raising the shield just enough for her to charge forward and hit you with the shield, right? Oh no, she raises it up and then charges forward. Look at that. It just waits there. What was that extra animation for? This is after you land the attack. Here's when the hit lands, right? Let's go to where the hit lands. Okay, right? The hit lands right there. That's the attack hitting. That is when you've hit the attack. You charge forward and you do raise the shield more than I remember. So you charge forward and you raise the shield up and strike them, right? Now, what would you do after you're finished with an attack and you're not going to continue to use the shield? You would just go into your normal rest position, right? The normal rest position of the sword and shield is what you're seeing here. But look what it does instead. Oh, I need to go back to this screen here. Oh, And then bring it back up. Now I'm technically on it, and so I can advance frame by frame. Alright, so now that she's done her damage, she moves her shield up and over to the right again. Up and over a bit. And she starts to lower it. She starts to crouch down afterwards. Why is she going into a crouch after the strike? Right? She's crouching her body down after the hit landed. And now she starts to tuck the shield in and bring it close. And then raise the left side of the shield. Well, right if you're looking at it, but it's the left side from her perspective, right? The left side of the shield, she starts to raise it up and protect her head. And then she sits there for several frames. And then she goes into her idle stance. Every single frame of this animation was created in a studio. This isn't just an accident. This isn't some random, oh, this just happened this way. This is the strike. This is, hiya. I've now made contact with the monster. Everything we do after is her returning to neutral position. And in order for her to return to neutral position, rather than standing up straight and lowering her shield again, she crouches down under her shield and then raises it up towards her head to protect her head and upper body better. I am 100% sure now that I never really noticed that animation other than knowing that I always felt like it should guard, like, but I never really analyzed it like I have now. This is why my brain was subconsciously noticing how fucking defensive that attack looked. And she sits there for several frames, look, until she then starts standing up. After the attack, she lowers herself more and raises her shield in defense. That is heartbreaking. We're making discoveries, boys. We're making discoveries. And I don't like these discoveries being made. Alright. Let's take a look at point guards. So this, oh, let's change actually to the Dante's weapon, and we'll just have to pay more attention to the arm positioning, because with Dante's weapon it's easier to see the exact millisecond the point guard activated. Here we go. I mean, yeah, exact moment. How about that? So, uh-huh. And then the same exact thing. Oops. Okay. Oh my fucking god. Did you see it? Did you just see it? Alright, let's go through the whole thing. So this first guard point is here. It's just the shield coming out and it happens to be in front of her. So it's almost as if they count her pulling the shield here as her just parrying almost, right? Like she's going, "Oh, you're about to hit me, huh? Well, how about bing, I knocked your attack away." I can buy that. I can buy that as a guard point. So it's not just that the shield's in front of her, she's knocking it away at that point, right? Then I screwed up and did the wrong attack here, so this isn't actually going to show what we're supposed to be seeing. So let's just go forward really quick here. This is the wrong attack. But now I'm going to convert the weapon back into a shield and watch what happens when you go into the guard point. Here we go. It's after this. Here we go, right? Here's the guard point. I'm going into something that looks an awful lot like an attack with the shield, huh? And then she puts the shield in front of her and starts to rotate it up and pauses in that position for several seconds. And then she starts to stand up and lower her shield eventually. Stance looks awfully familiar. In reverse. Look. Shield bash. Keep in mind that let's see. What's going on? Oh, I gotta put away the weapon. I can't interact with the box with the weapon out. Alright. Brings it forward, and this is her attack. And then she raises the shield up in front of her. Like, that's part of the attack. The part of the attack isn't just that she's moving the shield around. There's that part where she gets the shield in front of her and then starts to rotate the shield up while raising it slightly. And that is the moment your point guard activates. Right there. And then she starts to go into her standing animation. And let me switch back to Dante's weapon real quick and then show you. So that you can see exactly when, because people who don't use the weapon might not know when the point guard is, which is the whole point in me doing the Dante's weapon. Alright, so I need to do this. Okay. And then stop screen sharing. And so remember, once again, in reverse. Okay. So she does the attack, and then after the attack, see how she raises the shield up, and then she starts to rotate it up as well. I did it too fast here. There we go. There it is. And then she rotates the shield up and guards, and that's the guard point, right? And a here's another version of it. See when the guard point was? So the guard point is anytime it flashes. See how it gets flashy when it's technically a guard? So if I do this, see how it flashed for a second? All the runes went around her body for just a second. That's when she has a guard point. So if I do this, saw that? You saw how it started out with the flashy? That's because the flash right there is... At the very beginning, there was a flash, right? As soon as she's pulling it out, she starts to move her arm to the side. And what that is this. That's this attack. I have to go back quite a bit here for this. Oh, wait. I'm not on the proper screen anymore. I have to do this. And then that. And then we go. Okay. I'm trying to get to the point where she pulled out the weapon. Because I screwed up and did an additional tax. Alright. It's right after this. Or right before this, I guess, technically. Alright, here we go. So, this is the exact same thing, but with the shield. So notice that when she pulls out the shield, she pushes it in front of her instantly. Almost as if she's would be able to deflect an attack, to parry it away. Like, get off of me, attack. That is the first point guard right in the initial draw. And then when you look at the display here, let's put away the weapon. Okay. And so when we do the same thing here, we hit R2 to draw the weapon and attack with it in its second form. You'll see it does that. And notice that there was a little flash before there, because that's another point guard. But let me do the other point guard. See, at the very end of it, when it transforms, that's the other one, right? Is that at the very end of it, when it transforms back, she's sitting here. Notice how she has the sword lowered to the right. This is the sword in axe mode, the big, where it has the big axe, right? At the end, but, you know, Dante's weapon looks different. And then if I hit triangle, or R2, I should say. If I hit R2, she does that. If I keep holding R2, notice that she continues into the guard position, right? So let's return back into this. And then I'm just going to hit R2, just tap it, right? And she's going to... See how she has the holding the sword? Oops. She's too close to the camera. Okay. So here we go. See, it's harder to tell what she would be doing with her shield because the shield does not exist. The shield technically should be at the end of the sword, but you notice there's nothing at the end of it. And then when she transforms, she removes the shield and puts it onto her arm. And then does what she just did there. And every time it pulses, when her whole body pulses and gets those runes, that is a guard point. Guard point just happened. Guard point just happened at the end of it. So at the very beginning of this, it's a guard point. And at the very end of that, it's a guard point. Let me get caught up here on my stream. And then I'm going to switch back to another weapon so I can show you again what's going on here. So at the very beginning, see how she pushes it away? See what I mean? It looks like she's gonna push something away. Now she's still gonna block and get knocked back, but I'm gonna do this animation here. And you'll see at the very beginning of it, it's a guard point. See that? It just guarded instead of doing an attack. That was hard to pull off because I need quick Shi3 basically. Ah, what if I use this instead? Alright, here we go. Damn it. Not quite right. I have to time it much closer than I thought. Me no time it right. Meh. Meh. Let me use Dante's weapon. This is one of the reasons why when I was practicing with the charge blade a long time ago, I preferred Dante's weapon, and I always said that everyone should use Dante's weapon because you can visually see when the guard points are active. Oops, I did it again. Okay. I didn't want all that. I legitimately did not want any of that. Okay. Okay, that's why. I'm doing it too late. The flash is happening later than I thought. Damn it, I don't want that, because that's just... See, I hate the fucking... this thing. I keep thinking I'm going to be able to roll away, but that's not how it works. You have to use pods to do what I'm trying to do, because otherwise I have to do other attacks and shit to get to the other form. I thought I did it right that time. No, I hit triangle. Dumbass. I just drew the weapon. I have to hit R2. There. See it? You cannot draw guard. If I hit... Watch what happens when I hit R2. I have my weapon sheathed, right? When I hit R2, this happens. It goes straight into an attack. However, if... you notice, the moment that attack initiates, that flash happens. That's because that flash is a point guard moment. So if I do this, and then I wait for the blow explosion, suddenly I can draw straight into a guard. But it's only a guard for just a split second. And that's where you can do all those nifty combos, right? Like I can say have an amped up weapon like this. Oops, I screwed it up. Oh yeah, this is what I wanted to do. I kept overcharging the weapon. It can't charge that way. Keep forgetting. So I'm going to put some files in here so I can do my super amped elemental discharge thingy. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do the same thing, but I'm going to hit when she guards during that point guard, I'm going to hit triangle circle, right? So I'm going to put this away. And then I'm going to initiate my draw attack, which is going to go straight into a guard. And then triangle circle afterwards. Oh, I screwed it up. I screwed it up. Hold on. I pressed circle first. See this? And so I went straight into a super amped elemental discharge. So one of the heaviest damaged weapons in the entire fucking game has unique techs that have guard points during attacks. You'll be attacking and there'll be specific frames that count as guards, and if you're hit during those specific frames that count as guards, you get unique abilities to activate extremely powerful counters that like take shortcuts to your biggest damaging attacks, because you're perfectly timing point guards. So that's your reward, right? Your reward is you timed it so that flash was there. And the other thing that you could time from that is putting the weapon away, which I think is just the triangle R2 to transform. See, at the very end, that's the attack that right there at the very end is the thing I'm talking about. When she puts the weapon away. That is also a point guard. I'll show you. Let's go ahead and transform the weapon first, which is this and then triangle. And then let's put it away. Okay. Trying to get the timing on it, right? So transform the weapon. And then put it away. Almost. That would have been it, but my back was where I needed to be facing. Alright, here we go. And now. Damn it. I almost had it. Slightly sooner, maybe? Too slow. That was too early, I mean to say. This is why you get rewarded with this stuff, is because it's hard to do until you get used to it. Damn it, that was way too early. That was like way, way too early. You saw the flash had already come and then left. There it is. See it? Notice how that counted as a guard? Even though it was an attack, it counted as a guard. So, if we switch to a normal one and do the same 2 attacks, which is this one, a point guard just activated when I did that. And the second point where a point guard activates, there. And now, let's watch that frame by frame so you can see. Hello? Hey, why are you having trouble loading a frame? What the fuck? Hello? It's struggling to load 1 frame at a time. Alright, I guess, give me a second here. We're refreshing the page because there's some sort of error going on. You know your shit's fucking not working correctly when you're struggling to load a frame of a video that is in super low resolution. Sure enough, yeah. I'm trying to refresh the page and it's just loading forever. That's what I thought. Alright, so let's just close it out entirely. And then go into the room. Yep. And now suddenly I have the shit working again. Yay. Can I now go back to where I was, please? Okay, should have been right here. Alright, so now let's screen share. Okay. And then minimize and unminimize and all that bullshit. Now I should bring that up. Alright, so now frame by frame again. This was after the hit. And we're going to go into the next attack soon here. Trying to skip a bunch of frames. If you hold it down, it's supposed to go at normal speed, but it doesn't work that way. Instead, it just buffers a whole bunch of frames. Alright, here we go. So this is the transforming back into the next mode. Which, when you do that, that slice of that blade right there is the attack. You can even see a little trail of gold dust. I didn't know that happened. Did you know that happened? Did you know there was a trail of gold dust when you attacked with this weapon? Look at that. I'm looking for it now. Every blade slice leaves a trail of gold dust. That's an interesting little touch. Anyways. See it here? This is the trail of gold dust. It starts here. And it goes all the way to the blade. Isn't that neat? Anyways. That was the attack. And then after the attack, in order to block, look what she does. She brings the shield in front of her, raises it up, tilts it in front, raises it in her head, tilts it up. Like, that's the part of it too. She turns the shield up into position while raising it above, and then pauses there for several frames. And then she starts to lower the shield again and stand up. So she crouches down, lowers her head, raises the shield, turn and tilts it up towards to protect her upper body, holds for a few seconds, and then starts to unbend her knees and raise herself up. Alright. Let's see what other weapon might just happen to have the exact same thing, but in an even more defensive looking animations, possibly. Let's just see then. Let's just see. Yes. You know what? Actually, Koltaroth. Does Koltaroth even get gold dust? Huh? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I saw it. I saw kind of a trail of something. Okay. Here we go. Alright. So the second hit specifically. Uh-huh. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a little looky-loo at this here. Just gonna go ahead and go through this damn thing. And we're gonna go boop, 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 boop. Here we go. Hiya! I can buy that not being a block. I think that could be a block technically, because it could be the same as the it could be considered the exact same thing as the deflect attack that the Charge Blade does, where when she's drawing it out, she kind of deflects it off. Could be considered the same, but let's pretend like that's not, that shouldn't be a block, right? But this, my friends, this second hit, a ya right there is the hitbox. But then afterwards, this animation happens. She crouches lower, lowers her head, starts to flinch back like something's about to happen. Pulls the shield in, rotates it up to protect the head even more. Crouches down even a little more, apparently, during that full animation before she finally rests and goes into a resting position. If I was to say which of those two things that we looked at looked more defensive, the Charge Blade or the Sword and Shield, I'd say the Sword and Shield. And it just could be because you could see more of her body with the Sword and Shield, and you can see that she's really pulling her, she's clenching in, almost like she's expecting a hit to hit her. A more Charge Blade looking shield. This one, I'm switching to a more Charge Blade looking shield. This is a very charged blade looking sword and shield, isn't it? Like, it even looks like she can maybe, like, if that was hollow up there, she'd be able to insert her big ass freaking blade in there. Very, very interesting weapon for a sword and shield, look wise. So here we go. Oh my god, that was too much to look at. Seeing that was kind of sad there. Oh, I guess I already did it. Here we go. Such an insult. And there's where the hitbox is active. And here's the reaction after the hitbox. Active hitbox there. After the hitbox. Look at her body. Don't even look at the shield right now. Look what she's doing with her body after the attack. She's turning her head down and away from where she attacked. And like just clenching up like she's about to receive something on that shield. And then she raises it up in front of her too. Come on, dude. I am 100% sure that that was supposed to be a point guard. That originally lances, when they were being made, were going to have, I mean, sword and shields when they were made, were going to have point guards. A fun-sized charged blade. I love it. That originally when they were being made, look at that. And that, I think too, would have been one right here. When she goes into that, where she pulls it back again, right here. If you hold the button down specifically. Maybe if you don't, maybe it's right before you hold the button down. There. No, I don't know. Yeah, right there. The moment you start to charge it, though, it's a little less defensive. Wait a second. She attacks with her shield when she charges forward. Did you see that? Saw that little swipe she does with her shield arm first? Because I saw it, I thought I could have swore I saw it hit the box. And I was like, what was that extra hit? So there, it doesn't look like she does anything, right? But here, see how she kind of pushes her shield out first? Let me see if I can space it just right so you can see that it actually has a hit to it. Damn it. All right, so that missed. So I think I have to go in front of this in order to make it work. Here we go. Saw it? The 122 damage? The 122 damage was not the forward attack with the sword. It was the shield hitting the side of the tree trunk. Because if it was the sword, it would have initiated this jump. Because when you land that attack there, it initiates a jump. I'll show you. No buttons pressed. See how it jumps? As I let go of all the controller and I'm holding it up in the air, and then it did a jump. Still, because it landed the forward attack, right? see it? And notice how there was 2 hits that time. There was the shield bashing the tree, and then there was an extra hit after that. I bet you that was a point guard attack. Because like you can do the same thing with the shield. You can bash with the you can bash with the lance, I mean to say. You can shield bash with the lance while guarding. There's like 2 attacks you can do with the lance while guarding. Like you can actually hold block and then hit triangle, and you'll actually do an attack where you never lower your guard. You're guarding at all times. All right, so let's pull this up so you can see it in slow-mo. I didn't even know that. I just discovered a new attack that I didn't know existed for the lance. I mean for the sword and shield. I didn't know that when she thrusts the shield out that was an attack. I bet you that was supposed to be originally a point guard point. Oh. Alright, here we go. Here's the back step. And now when she charges forward, she'll push that shield arm out to the right, and then we'll get our first hit. See that? She hasn't even begun to attack with the sword yet. Look at her shield though. See how it's on the left side of her body now, and she's moving it towards the right, and then boom, the big hit happens to the tree. And then she jumps forward and she starts to move the blade forward. And now that the blade's moving forward, that second hit comes right there. You can see, it's very hard to see, but you can make out, just barely make it out because it's on YouTube. YouTube streams look like shit compared to Twitch. You can just barely make it out, but you see those orange numbers right there? Like, I'll go back a frame or two. And you'll see those are the orange numbers now, and watch how they change, because that's 3 orange numbers. See how wide that is? You can't see what the numbers are, but that's a 100 and something, because it's a really strong, that shield bash is a really strong hit apparently. There's like 100 and something, and then after that it turns into a smaller number right there, and then you see this blade here. No, wait. It turns into the smaller number. Right there, actually. Right there. Actually, yeah, you see it. You see the secondary hit right here. You see the splash of the damage. See it come up off the screen? I was wrong about where the second hit was. So the first hit is here, where you see this big splash. The 122 that you can see. Boom. And that's with the shield bash. And then she continues to jump forward. And then a secondary hit happens right there. See the explosion of the hit coming up? That is the actual sword attack. So I guess the hitbox of the sword is fucking massive when doing that attack. I guess that's to help people land it. But it's not massive in front of her, it's massive behind her? Because if you just barely fall short of the tree, like if you barely miss the tree, you don't hit it. Okay. Now let's try it from here. Wait, that's gonna be, of course that's gonna fucking hit it. That's way too close. Oh, well, fucking course. Alright. Of course. It's still making contact. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. You see how that missed there? That's pretty far, and that should miss. All right, where am I standing when I did that? Let's try to stand here. Ah, that hit. Let's stand here now, a little bit further back. Damn it, I was facing the wrong direction, and I was way more than a little further back. Yeah. Okay. That distance from the tree wasn't that great. It's hard, because of the way this attack works, it's too fucking difficult to space it, like, with micro spacing. Like, look how far I am there, right? And then I stand here instead, and watch the difference. Suddenly I'm much closer, even though I felt like I was only barely closer. Like, I felt like it was almost in the exact same spot, in fact. Like, come on, dude. Like, how is that look, I'm standing just at the edge of the grass when I jumped in. Okay. And then let's stand just in front of the grass and see how much closer I am. Oh, there we go. That's a much better version of it. That wasn't that far. It was like a foot or two away, right? But look at this. Look how far away from the tree she is. See where the tree is? You can see it here. You can make it out. The tree is here because the shield bash is already done. That's where the shield bash made contact, and she's moving forward. Look how far past the tree she is. So her sword right now is probably a good, when it makes contact right here, her sword is probably a good 3, 4, 5 feet away from the tree. So behind your character, the sword, during this attack, behind your character, this blade is as long, if not longer, than a fucking greatsword. That is an odd choice for hitboxes. What the hell? And because that attack made contact, I'm then going to be pushed up into the air. Yeah. Yeah, look. This is the shadow of the tree right here. Not the shadow, but the cuz it goes transparent when you're close to it. Like, actually you can see near the cat face, you see you see that the tree? See how it's transparent right now, and you can see on the right side of the screen, and you can see straight through it. Yeah, so that's that right there. This bit here is the tree, and the sword is a million miles away from it. Damn, great sword. And she's jumping now. Oh wait, maybe she's closer than I thought. Actually, she might be closer than I thought. I don't know, I can't tell. Because, yeah, this is the tree here, right? And so this is the tree, this is the tree, this is the tree, this is the tree. This is the tree, maybe? I can't tell. It's just really blurry. Okay, here we go. Here's the tree. I gotta see it right now. And then she's coming forward. Yeah, I don't think it's as much long as it is fat. I think it comes out really wide around the sword like this. And so it's somehow making contact with the tree. I think it's like a big giant circle. Or a big giant ball. Imagine like she had a big giant ball at the end of her sword. I think that's why it's making contact. Very interesting. And it's funny because it made contact with the tree at the very start of the active hitbox, which was right there where you see the explosion. Later on in the attack, right here, notice that she bounces. Like she's acting as if she just made contact right here. Bing! And see it bounces. Like you even see the pop-up on the screen for the next button press right here. Right when it bounces. Bing! See? It's like, haha, you landed it. Now choose what you want to do during your jump attack. So technically you landed it at the exact start of the hitbox right there. Actually, it's right here. But you actually can't see it yet because the bottom of the screen's cut off for you. But the explosion starts right there. No, you can see it. I can see it on the screen. This is when the explosion starts. It's right here. That's the very start of it. And then it just move, and then the camera moves forward just slightly and damage numbers show up now. There's extra damage numbers. And then boom. And then secondary explosion, and then the shield, and then the sword bounces off of nothing, and then she goes for the secondary attack with the raising, but the raising attack doesn't land because the enemy's nowhere near it, and it's still asking me what I want to do after that attack. Very interesting. I learned new things about Monster Hunter I didn't know today. I did not know that that was a shield bash attack. So during the jump forward, after this, you can see she has her shield that she, like, look where she raises it in front of her, by the way. So this is her lowering the shield's guard to do the jump attack. And actually, she lowers the shield guard to move it to her left to then thrust it out to her right really hard for that first hit. But before that, notice how the shield's raised up in front of her and she's hiding behind it. I think that was a point guard point originally as well. And then that point guard turns into a hit with the shield as she jumps forward. You know what I think? This animation of her hiding behind this shield and then the shield being pushed, well, she does it herself, right? To the side like that. I wonder if that was originally a point guard reaction that you could do with her. You go into the guard position, right? After that attack, and if someone hits you, you can then, and just like with the charge blade, use a shortcut to bypass all the bullshit and go straight into a backstep charge slash. Because normally to do a backstep charge slash, you got to go through a bunch of bullshit, right? Where I'm thinking what happened originally was, look at how she's guarding right now, right? See, because that's when she pushes the shield away. But right now she's guarding right here. The shield's right here and she's guarding, right? And so imagine that something makes contact with her shield here. And then she kind of flinches back. But instead of just the flinch back, they removed the flinch back part, right? And instead just added the next part of the attack, where instead Oh wait, I'm pressing the wrong direction. My bad. This is her lowering. Let's get back to her lowering the shield, right? So here's it. Like imagine right here, the shield's right here, right? Imagine during this is when they make contact, and normally she would flinch back a little bit, and then from there you could press your whatever your point guard reaction was, and if you hit the thing that would normally initiate a backstep charge slash, it would go straight into a backstep charge slash from just a guard. And then she would lower the shield. Then the shield would get like knocked away a little bit. And then instead of her backing up further, she then starts to charge back towards the enemy that knocked her away, right? Because like I said, they've kind of taken away, imagine that they've taken away the bit where you get knocked back while guarding. So now imagine she got knocked away, and now she's returned, and if she got knocked away, she might end up a little bit in this animation. So imagine she was standing here holding her shield in front of her like she just was. So she get pushed back to here, and her shields get arms going back with her, and her body's getting back into this position, and she lowers her feet like this and catches her. Well, her feet were already like that, even in the other guard, and so she catches herself, right? And then instead of just recovering, she then pushes forward back into it with a shield bash. Straight in, and then into that secondary hit after the shield bash, which is the freaking charge slash, which could then land into the scaling slash, which then goes into the shield bash from up high, or the downward thrust. I mean, the downward slash that turns into a mount. I think that she originally probably had that sort of ability. The Sword and Shield had that, but then they took it away for some weird reason. Because if we look at this here, like, let's look at it from the back. Let me see what her feet look like from the back. Yeah, she still, like, she always has her feet braced to take a big hit. With the shield, it's because she doesn't move her feet around that much. She just moves her foot back. Her left foot takes a slight step backwards. But her feet are always braced for a blow to the shield. Like, she doesn't have to reposition her feet for the blow to her shield, right? So when you do this, she's already got her feet in position, so that when she raises her shield up to block her face and her body, if at that point when she did this, she got hit, she would get knocked back a little bit, right? And then from that knockback, she could then go straight into this number here. And pay attention to that right arm this time when she does this. This is going to be hard to do because I got to rotate the camera after I activate it. Alright, so let's see. See that? She throws the shield out. She throws it out first. And that's why this happens when you do, I think, like... I do it like this. Oh, I was too far. I thought I would be close enough because of the way I turn. Here we go. There it is. See that? 3 hits. She hit with 3 hits. The first hit was the shield bash. The second hit was the first slice downwards toward the tree, and then the third hit was the slice up. But if I do it like this, let's see. Oh, that's right. Look slightly to the right of the tree. Oh, it went right instead of left this time. Oh my god. There we go. Damn it. See, it only hit 2 times because it only hit with the downward slash and then an up slash, but that shield bit did not hit. In order to make that shield bit hit, you have to be in front of the enemy. Like this. See that? Now I got 3 hits again. Very odd. If you initiate it from here, I don't think the shield hit hits. Yeah. So there's an extra hit in the shield that when executing this combo, you never get to land because the animation isn't made right. Like, you never land that first shield hit if you're properly spaced. And properly spaced is in front of the target, right? Not behind the target, facing away from it. Like, you have to be here, behind the target and slightly to the right of the target. And then you can do this and land that shield hit. See? All 3 hits landed. That is weird as fuck that you have to do that. And I know why. Because that was a repurposed animation. This animation here, where she does this shield thing, it missed. It still missed. I did it and I was pushed into the tree. And slightly to the right of it. You cannot be just in front of your enemy like that. You will always miss it. I'm trying to, like, get it. So, try it from here. Like, all the attacks are landing. And then that misses still. And if I push right next to it, I'm going to push through the tree into slightly behind it. And that's still not going to be close enough to land that first hit. See? Even there, I was not close enough to land that first hit. And I started touching, while touching the fucking thing I was aiming at. And it wasn't close enough. That's because this attack here, with the first little shield bash there, before the secondary swing, before the swing, where she bashes the something by swinging her shield out, that attack is, I think, a repurposed animation. I think that was originally a every other weapon in the game that has a shield has an ability to use something they call, what would they fucking call it? A guard reaction. But for some reason the sword and shield does not have guard reactions. And I think that was originally a guard reaction. This animation right here. Boop, where she swings the shield out first. I think that what you'd be able to do was you'd be doing your thing, right? And then you're like, haha. And I'm now raising my shield for a guard in the middle of an attack. You hit it. I can now do my guard reaction. And then the guard reaction was this. Jumping back and coming in with a shield bash and a slice. Or maybe not even jumping back, actually. Maybe you just get... Maybe... Yeah, the jump back is not what she would do. The jump back is a simulation of her being pushed back from the block. It's a simulation of this. Wait a second. Look at this guard. Look at how she takes this this block. Everything I'm discovering, like every time I discover something I didn't really pay attention to in the animation, it continuously points towards it. Okay. Now let's do the stream thing again. Okay. Display. Let's frame by frame this thing. Okay. That's when I got hit. It was within my guard, so that makes sense. Alright, so that was within the guard, so that's why that worked that way. But this second one here, look how cute Mr. Miyagi is. Even in this blurry ass picture, he's still cute. Alright, here we go. So it looks like she raises the shield up after the guard for a second. Instead of just like staying fully like, ow, that hurt. It looks like she goes, the shield is knocked away. Then she pushes the shield in front of her to guard. And then she lowers the shield again after that for some weird reason. That's an odd animation unless you were initially able to activate a point guard. Because let's look at this. Alright, here we go. Oh, that was cool. I didn't know that happened. Look at this. Look at the bomb. Right? There's a bomb right here. See the bomb? And where's the bomb go? You see, now you see it, now you don't. Now you see it, now you don't. Now you see it, now you don't. And you still don't see it, and now you see it. The bomb disappears for 2 frames. And vanishing bomb. By the way, you can still see the outline of it, even though it's not existent right now. Vanishing bomb and new bomb. It's a different model entirely. Yeah. It's a different model entirely. You see here where the barrel strip is for this bomb? I mean, you know what I'm trying to call. I don't remember what it's called. The metal strap thingies. So I'm pointing my mouse at the very tip of it, right? So right here, there's one going up, and this is where it goes around. So we're gonna put it at the exact corner of where this strip and that strap meet, right? There. The tip of the mouse, the pointer of the pointer, is at that exact spot. Now, disappears and reappears suddenly. Notice how the pointer is in the middle of that strap instead of at the very top of it. And there's no vertical strap anymore. It's a completely different model. Another thing is this is a single strip of wood. There's not another plank here. As you can see, that's smooth. There's no line. There's a line here and then a line here, right? Now watch this. Now there's a line here. And then it breaks it. So it deletes that character model. I mean, it deletes that model and then puts in a new model. That's pretty neat. It deletes the solid model, puts in a new model that is the break model, and then breaks it apart. But rather than it deleting it on and replacing it on the same frame, it waits 2 frames to replace it. Okay, so here's her getting hit, right? Her shield has been pushed behind her. This is her hand, right? So that's her shield behind her now. Now watch this. She brings, as she's stumbling, she starts to pull her back foot down to brace herself again for an attack or for whatever. She's bracing herself, right? She's catching herself and bracing herself. And look at her lowering her shield back into position. Look, she raises it into the guard position, right? She is officially in a counter guard position right here. Blade is ready to attack. Her back foot is balanced with her right foot. Her shield is up. She's ready to jump forward for the attack, right? Now watch this. The animation's not done yet. Then it gets pushed really far down again. And then it gets pushed back up into the exact same spot again. That is so weird of a decision to do unless there was a way to counter from that. Like look what position she's in, right? And this is after she gets knocked away. She's like, ugh, knocked away into the guard position. Knocked away way out of the guard position again for some reason. Like she was, and then she's like, oh crap, go back into it again. And then she raises right back into the stance she was just in. And then she stands up straight. No, then she goes into it a third time. Then she stands up straight. And then, did I press guard? Oh, I must have pressed guard. I was about to say, I don't remember a third time. That was just because I was still holding guard. That was because I was holding guard the whole time. So that third one doesn't count. I was like, what the fuck, a third time? I didn't even notice that. Yeah, that's really weird looking. What it, like, explain to me how that works. The blast knocked her back. Like think about her arm right now. Her shield arm took the blast, right? And so the blast is so powerful. Rah! It pushes her shield arm back. She's like, whoa! And then it's like, okay, I'm recovering. My shield arm's coming back now. I'm now moving my shield arm forward. And then it's like, oh my god, I moved it way too far forward. Whoa! And then she's like, oh wait, okay, now let me put it back into a guard spot. And then she's like, okay, I'm done guarding now. And ends. And now, on the top left of the screen, guard popped up. This guard position here actually isn't a guard. It's the end of all that flailing about she just did. Because look, I'm going to take the blast on the shield, and then I'm going to let go of the button and just let it all natural animation, right? When she stops, when she finally raises her, lowers her shield, is because that's the first second that she lowers her shield. I'm not going to be holding the button the whole time, right? See that? See how she puts her shield up twice? And then she lowers it. Shield away, shield up, shield up. So weird. I think these are like legacy things of the original games, the original Sword and Shield's design. I think these are like legacy animations, leftovers, sort of. All right, here we go. Oh yeah. Bring up. All right, frame by frame. When you've played a game for 3,000 hours, this is the kind of shit that becomes interesting. At least for me. Here we go. Really understanding the very intricate details of how the game works. Ready for... Oh, wait. You guys ready to see the disappearing bomb? Here we go. I'm excited for it now. I want to see it. Well, here we go. Here's the barrel strap. You see it? Directly in the center here. All right, here we go. See if it's 2 frames just like it was last time. There it goes. Where's the bomb? Bomb? No bomb. 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 This is the kind of shit that becomes interesting when you play the game for so much. And then, so it's, and we're 60 frames a second here, by the way. You know what? That's probably why there's 2 frames of no bomb. There was probably originally only 1 frame of no bomb because they planned for you to always play it at 30 frames. But the PlayStation Pro allows you to play it at 60. And so there's probably 2 frames of no bomb instead of 1. Because here's what probably happened. This frame here where the bomb doesn't exist was not originally a frame you would ever see. Instead, it would skip that frame and you would see this and then you would see nothing. That frame skipped, right? And then you see the frame after that, which is the explosion and then the bomb appearing in the explosion. I bet you that's why that happens. Bomb, no bomb, bomb, no bomb. And then a completely different model. Like the barrel strap is over here now instead of over here. And then it breaks that new model apart. Alright, here we go. The hit is so massive that she just goes flying back. Ooh, ah! And then she brings her arm forward and look at her moving her foot. Look at her moving her back leg to catch herself. And she's gonna and her sword's in position almost already. She's getting into like an attack position at the same time. Look at this. She's lowering her sword. She's lowering her back leg. She's lowering her head. She brought her shield back into a guard position. That's really weird because the force of the explosion knocked her arm away. It's already been knocked away. The force of the explosion really isn't affecting her arms as much as it's affecting her center of mass. And that's what the feet things are about. It's about pausing that. She's moving her body forward and pushing her feet back to try to catch herself, right? But lowering the head and raising the shield is part of that animation. So she's, at this point, it looks like she's fully recovered from the animation, obviously, right? She is ready to fucking start swinging that sword. But watch. Nope. She's still somehow getting knocked back again. It's almost as if she took a second blow to her shield. I think this here is the legacy animation that I was talking about, where if you receive a blow to your shield, when I was saying that when you do this, when your character instead jumps back now like that, see, I think that used to be you getting a point guard on a shield, a sword and shield, and then this would happen where you jump forward. I have to do it. I think I have to start it around here. You jump forward and you do this shield bash. See there how I hit the tree with the shield bash first? See, she'll fling her arm out to the right and go bang. See, she flung it towards the camera there. And so I think that's what she's getting ready to do here. When we look at this bit here, I think that's them reusing that animation and changing it up slightly. Every other shield weapon has point guards, but not the sword and shield. The thing that actually has shield in the name of the weapon doesn't have the ability to do a guard reaction, I should say. Because here, like, here's the backwards momentum of the blast. Boom! Shield's knocked back because it's so powerful. puts footstep, puts back, goes to her back step, braces in the impact, raises her shield back into position, and then for some reason lowers it into a weird spot and then goes even further down again. Imagine instead if she was in this position right here and then she took a blow to her shield right now. Imagine if this is when her shield gets hit. Bing! And then she activates her guard reaction as her shield's knocked away. And then with her guard reaction, she raises her guard back up to do the attack. Instead, she just stands up. After, by the way, that's not just a natural stand-up animation, too. Because notice that first she comes up, puts the shield in front of her again, takes a peek, and then she lowers the shield. So she raises the shield to lower the shield again. Like, the natural standing animation from this here would not be to raise the shield to lower the shield. The natural animation from this would be to just raise her head and push up. Like, she's like, you know, like she wouldn't raise her arms and then raise her body afterwards when trying to stand up. No one stands up by going, my arms first and then my body. No one on earth does that. It's very unnatural. People lower their limbs, or they keep their limbs neutral. Sometimes they'll push off of things with their limbs, but they do not raise their limbs in the air while keeping their body down and then stand to meet their limbs. And that's what she does here in this animation. Watch. She raises her arms, and just the only thing she raises is her head a little bit with her arms. Notice she hasn't started bending her knees. She does adjust her back slightly. But then she starts unbending her knees and lowering her arm. So the first... So she raised her... So if you could see her hand right now, like you see that hand, look at that hand instead of this hand, because you can't see this hand, unfortunately. So look at this hand and watch what she does. So she's in this animation here, right? And then she raises her hand up. And then she stands up and lowers her hand up. That is not a natural way to stand. It's not natural to be crouching and then go, it's time for me to stand. Raise hand up. Now push body up too fully. And now that I've raised my hand up much higher than I normally would have when trying to stand, I'll lower my hand back down into the position it was before I even began to stand. Uh-huh. And that's because her left hand, which is her sword hand, is matching her shield hand, which is her right hand. Because, see, that's what she does here. She raises her shield arm up into a guard position. And then she raises her body up to meet her arm. But her arm was still too high because of how high she raised it for the guard position. So she has to lower her arm in order to fully stand correctly again. That isn't the sort of animation you would do in that. That's why it looks so unnatural, because they're reusing this. This originally was a guard reaction position that they took away from the sword and shield. Because this is the normal reaction that would have happened. What should have happened, like the normal reaction in this animation. Let me look at the disappearing bomb, by the way. I like that. All right, now, so the normal reaction would be flail, 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 going down. Why does she come back after the flail? like the arm gets pushed away, but instead of like kind of moving their arm about and flailing with it, she goes all the way deep down it with that arm, all the way down, and raises her arm, her hand, this is her hand, all the way up to the point where she's about to touch her face for some reason. And this is after, for some reason, her shield arm got knocked way over here. Like, her shield arm didn't go woo, woo, woo. Like, that didn't happen because she was hit that hard. What would have happened was she put her it gets knocked back. She finally, like, the momentum of her arm being knocked back either breaks her arm out of socket, or it finally halts, and then she can start moving her arm back into position. But instead it goes woo, and then woo, all the way to overcompensate, as if she doesn't quite know her own strength, and she moved her arm back way faster than she thought she should have. And that's why it looks like she goes into this double guard. And I think that's because that secondary guard looking animation, where you get this first guard here, this is clearly a guard position. After it, that's the recovered spot. The recovered location is, this is when she should have recovered. I took the shield blast, I'm falling back, I'm stepping back to get back into position, and I've recovered. But instead of recovering, there's this extra thing where she goes, oh no, I just took a second hit to my shield. No, you didn't. And now I'm going to raise my shield again to recover again. And now that I've raised my shield to block and recover again, now I'm just going to go ahead and lower it as I stand up. Very interesting. And this one here, the secondary guard position, she even raises the point of her sword. Look at this. She raises the point of her sword, raises the shield, raises the point of her sword, and then decides to stand up and lower the point of her sword again. Yeah. Like, all these things, all the animations I look at with her when she receives stuff, is it just, like, it all screams to me that originally she had she also had what they call guard reactions, but they removed it. They removed guard reactions from the sword and shield, I believe, and they were in there to the point, long enough to the point where they were already working on animations for it. And they were like, rather than making a full new set of animation, they just kind of repurposed an animation that for a thing that no longer existed. That is a level 4 guard. That's how far she gets knocked back with 5 guard, I mean. Look at the difference. Notice that the shield... Motherfucker. Look which direction the shield gets knocked. Instead of getting knocked up and away, remember it got knocked up and away? Look at what direction the shield gets knocked. One more time. Look at this before we do this. Do you understand what I'm talking about? So remember how I said after the arm gets knocked that far back, she brings herself into this perfect guard position, but then for some reason it's as if her shield gets hit a second time, and she lowers her shield like that inward as if she took a smaller blow. And then she recovers back into a block. Now look at this. Okay. Block. Oh, damn it. Damn it. No! Okay. All right, here. Okay. So, now watch. This is what guard 5. So imagine that animation you saw where the shield got knocked almost as if it got hit a second time, and that shield went really deep down. Like first it went away from her, and then she brought it up into a normal guard position, but then for some reason she lowered it really far down into her body, like not into her body, but like in to the left of her from her right arm. That was guard 4. Now with guard 5, watch what she does with this guard. And watch how the bomb's about to disappear. And here we go. We got bomb. Where is it? Come on. No bomb. Bomb? Nope. No bomb. Bomb, no bomb. Explosion. New bomb. Bomb falls apart. I love that, dude. I love that. I don't know why. Alright, now look at her animation. Look at her animation. Look what is happening to her shield. Which direction is her shield getting pushed? Look at it getting pushed down and into her body instead of up and away. See? And then she brings it back up. It gets knocked down into the body, and then she brings it back up. And that is what happens with only 1 point extra guard. So with 1 point less guard, when she blocks, she's like, Wah! Flying way back, and she goes through all this bullshit, right? But with 1 point more guard, she barely moves at all compared to the previous hit. And the only animation that looks like it has anything to do with the previous one is the fact that at the very end of the previous one, she for some reason moved her shield in a second time for no reason, as if she got hit 2 times in her shield. This one, she does that to a lesser extent with the 1 hit she received. See? Everything I look at when it comes to this shield fits the thing I was saying so perfectly. Alright, so this is her getting pushed back a few steps. Like she's stepping back with her foot here. She braces. The shield's getting pushed in and down. She squats down to raise her shield up at the same time. And I'm ready to guard you. And she's starting to raise her shield point, her sword point slightly too. But that's where it stops, because this is me holding guard. I'm in the guard position. And then she like raises the shield point and lowers her sword and shield after that. Interesting. There's nothing that really conflicts with it. It all just like kind of fits to what I was saying. Yeah. So I think originally the real animation for this thing not having a single point more Because if it has guard points, you can't be knocked back so damn far from a small explosion. Like, that's ridiculous how far she gets knocked back with fucking 4. 1 point less. Look at that. She gets, her arm gets flailed out and then she comes back in. Only the second part of the animation looks like a slightly more extreme version of that first animation we were just watching. Like, this first part here, way too crazy. But then the second part where she brings the shield into a guard and then lowers it into her body as if she got hit again, but a little less hard. See? Very, 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 very interesting. I believe that they finagle, messing around with the lance. I believe the lance had point guards. Or guard reaction and point guards. That right there was one of the point guards for sure. She literally raises the shield up and lowers her head underneath it. Look at her face. Look at her face and head as she does it. See this? She is trying to protect her head. It is lowered and under the shield. And she turns the shield up towards the freaking head. That was originally a point guard. Why would she do that? Other than that. Yeah, because see, if you press these buttons as quick as you can, it cancels the raising animation. It only raises it a slight amount. It doesn't do the full raise. I was thinking for a second she was raising it to do the blow, that second blow, but no. Wait, hold on. Let's do this right. Make sure I'm look at the explosion. Okay. That's the fastest one, and then this is the slower one. And then the fastest one. Alright. I'm pretty sure a few animations of her raising the shield are canceled out. A few frames of that animation, I mean to say. Right. Oh wait, I'm sharing. Cool. Alright, that's the full animation. The last two I did were correct, I believe. Alright, so that was the full animation where she raised it all the way up. Let's count how many frames it turns, I believe. So, this is the next part. I'm gonna start counting frames the moment she starts turning the shield counterclockwise. Nope, it just went, it's not counterclockwise at all. That went clockwise. See, it's clockwise. Still clockwise. Still clockwise. Now it's being lowered. It's still being lowered. Lowered. Oh wait, here we go. First act. This is the first frame that's going counterclockwise. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Now she's just standing up. Okay. Do I do it again real quick? Or is this me moving in there? Oh wait, is this where I hit the bomb? Okay. I don't know. Let's do it again. Because I didn't press the button right away. I delayed it a few times. There's the shield bash. Let's see what this, let's not count. Let's see what this turns into. That's the, okay, that, I think that might have been one of the ones where I delayed it. I remember I did it correctly after I hit the barrel and made the barrel explode. Okay, damn it. Where the hell is it? I'm still doing it here? Thinking about just doing it again. Alright, I'm just doing it again. It's gonna take fucking less time to just do it from scratch. It's only 2 fucking animations. This is taking forever to find this shit. Okay, so let's go ahead and close you. Alright, so here we go. Let's start by blowing up the bomb. This took a long ass time to do, which is perfect. Very clear where I'm doing this. Spamming the button. Okay, and then she did the big attack. Now, only pressing it twice. Okay. Oh, I think I'm already at it in the thing. Okay. Alright, so here's the bash. And then we're waiting for the counterclockwise movement. Okay. There we go. Alright, so this is the first. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I lost connection with the server. You're fine. I'm fine with that. Alright, where were we? Oh, I'm wrong. Going the wrong way. I think it was only 7, by the way, because the shield was doing something that didn't seem like the same animation. So lowering it, lowering it. Okay, here we go. So 1, 2, 2 didn't do anything apparently. 3, 4, 5, 6. And there, and now she's moving forward. 7 is the frame she starts moving forward instead of in that angle. 8, 9. Yeah, she's started the hard bash. 9, 10. Yeah, okay, so 7. You only get 7 frames of her turning the shield. She starts to turn it, and then she cancels it on frame 7. Now, let's see what the other animation does. How high does she turn it? How many frames does she continue that animation up? Past that. What's going on? Oh my god, not again. I had the fucking perfect position of it. Fuck you, man. I fucking hate worthless ass YouTube. I can't even refresh the page. I know already. I gotta back out. Fucking go back into the live stream. Can't load a single fucking frame of video without fucking making it a damn big fucking stupid fucking bullshit ass fucking thing. There we go. I think this is it. Alright, yes, this is where we jump back. So it was 7 frames before. Alright, now, so the second animation is the one where I left the shield do its thing. Here we go. Come on. How far back did I run? Just do it. What the fuck am I doing? Just do it! There we go. And we start counting at the first clockwise movement stuff. Alright, there's the attack. She's still moving it counterclockwise is the movement I'm looking for. Now she's moving it down, and there we go. That's the first clockwise movement there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, There's an 8th frame where she turns it even more. 9. There's 9 frames. She's turning it up even more. 10. 11. It's still going counterclockwise. 12. That was another small movement. See it? So 12. 13. Okay, 13 I think is when she starts holding it. 14. Nope. That moved it again. 14. 15. No, okay, that's it right there, I think. 15, she started to move it clockwise now. So 15. No, wait, look. It's more. Look. It just started to move counterclockwise again. So it's like at least 17, 18, 19-ish before she starts to lower it back. So it's not that she's raising that shield to do the attack. Because the first actionable frame is on frame 7. And you don't have to hold the button. That is just... She's just doing that animation. So the second part of the animation, where she raises the shield as if she's trying to block, is not her raising the shield to do a attack with it. Especially because the attack she doesn't need her to raise her shield in that way. As you'll be able to see here, the third hit of that attack. Look, third hit of that attack. This is the second hit where she raises the shield up towards her face on her left side of her body. On this side of her body, she raises the shield up towards her face. See this? She raises the shield up like that. See? Oh, wait, hold on. I didn't do it. I skipped it. There we go. See? She raises it up towards her left side of her body up here. See? Now, but the third hit, notice that she goes in the opposite thing. She doesn't really need to do that. Like, so she raises her head up. The blow comes from her right side. So she raises her arm up to her left side and then lowers it to her right side and then raises it up again to hit. That's like someone doing a double uppercut. That doesn't make sense. So what she's doing is, I'm about to do an uppercut. So what I'm going to do my uppercut is I'm going to raise my fist up into the air and start an uppercut and then cancel the uppercut and put it back down like I'm cocking it. And then I'm going to raise it up again, but go all the way. Huh? That doesn't make sense. See, because she raises it up towards her face, and then she pulls her hand back all the way, and then she comes forward with the swipe. A natural animation of that third hit would have been to be hit, and then what she should have done from this, instead of putting the shield in her face, what she should have done was that second hit should make her hand go all the way to the right. So I'm going to use the mouse cursor here to show you what I'm talking about. So this second hit here, what speed is it on? Why is it loading so slow? Normal? Oh my god, it's fucked up again already. God, YouTube is trash. Why are you trash, YouTube? There we go. So, the normal animation for this would be like this. And that's because they repurposed this animation from a guard. So look how she fucking has her arm back. Look at her face. Rah, swing! And look how far her arm goes, right? It's way over there. Now, where do you think her arm's going to go for her next attack? The start of the attack, look how far she cocked her arm back to do that first hit. And then, super haymaker. Now, look where her arm is now, right? So, where do you think she would do the next attack from? Right there. She would leave it there. Watch what she does, though. She comes up and hits with the shield. And notice how that's as far as she lets the arm go. Now, the third attack she doesn't lower her shield arm here and do a second attack in that direction. What she does is her third attack, what she's planning on doing is twisting her body in this direction here, pushing her arm back again where it was for the first attack, as far back as she can get it, and then goes back down again for another attack as if it was the first attack, right? However, instead of doing that, this is what she does. Let's see the full animation again. She pulls her arm all the way to the back to do the first hit. Boom, first hit. And then she charges forward a little bit for a bit of a shield bash. Yeah! And then, instead of cocking her arm to her right side again for the third hit of the shield, watch what she does. She lowers her body. She's not turning her body to her right side, which is what she would be doing. She's turning her body to her left side, crouching her face down and hiding her face, raising the shield and turning it to protect her face. And this is an attack animation. And then after she turned her arm in the wrong direction, she then decides to lower it over back to the other side, like I was saying, and then go for an uppercut. Look at that. That does not flow. That does not flow. The full animation in reverse. That's why it looks so weird. Here's the arm cocked back as far as she can. Roar! And then from this position, if you were to do a shield attack, what would be the most natural attack to do? The one she does. Brah! Now from this position, if your plan was to do an uppercut with your right arm, where would you put your arm next? Wouldn't you lower your shield towards that direction so it was facing like that? Like this is her fingers. Her fingers are pointing here, right? So what she would do is she'd twist her elbow in that way while lowering her hand here and then do an uppercut. Instead, what she does is she pulls her arm to this side. She pulls her hand this way and then twists it up so that the shield is blocking her face. And then she lowers her arm and raises her arm. And that is the attack. See how unnatural that looked? Because instead, you notice for a split second, she was guarding. For a split second, she was guarding. That's why. This is a guard that they deleted from the game. And this shield bash that we can do if we attack in front of the tree right here, where see how she hit the shield with the tree with her shield. She went raw and she lowered her arm to her left side and then pushed her arm out really fast to her right side and hit the tree with her shield, not the sword, and then attacked with her sword ahead of the tree. That is, those two things originally were combined. This animation where her shield was like this, and then from this position here, do I have the 5 points of guard? Yeah, I need 5 points of guard to show it properly. Because you'll notice that these two animations look almost identical, or positions, I should say. I detective Pikachu that shit, man. I've never seen that movie, by the way. I just thought it'd be funny to say. But I detective Pikachu that shit. All right, let's see. No, there we go. So now watch when I guard this barrel now. So originally, see that? How you see how she lowered the shield in the same direction? Like she lowered it. She first lowered it towards the right side of the screen and down, or her left side of her body and down and in, and that's how she got pushed back with it. Look how she gets pushed backwards. See, it lowers in and down towards her left side of her body or the right side of the screen that you're looking at. One last time. See? And then from that position, what she would do is she would charge forward. If you activate the guard reaction, she charges forward with with guard reactions. You used to be able to do an advancing slash, and that's why if you try an advancing slash right next to the thing you're trying to hit, see how that shield bash mashed? You only got 2 hits instead of 3. But if you do this in front of the tree, see that? I just got 3 fucking hits, because first I hit with the shield bash, then I hit with the forward slash, and then I hit with the rising slash. The reason you could only land that when you're in front of the enemy behind the enemy instead of in front, attacking in the wrong direction. You do it from here, it doesn't land. The reason that happens is because originally that animation was part of an ability that all the shield weapons in the game have except for the sword and shield. And the name shield is in this weapon's name, and yet it does not have something called a guard reaction. Which would be, oh, I guess it was in front of me, behind me somehow. That was weird. Which would be from here, you would be able to press the buttons to activate this attack. The backstep charge slash, there wouldn't be a backstep. What it would do is it would go straight into a charge slash. It would do this, because look at her shield when she's charge slashing. All right, and now let me activate a charge slash. See how she lowers out her shield like it's like part of the animation? Oh, no, backstep. Backstep! Fucking backstep shit is so hard to fucking do, dude. It's hard to do in reverse when I'm not looking at it. I can do it in this direction. I can do it like this. Wait, I have to block. I can do it like this easy. But doing it in this direction sometimes is hard. There we go. Alright, let's do it like this. So hopefully, like I can't press up anymore. Now I have to press up and slightly to the right because I'm trying to do it from a different angle. There it is. See? I think that was originally what you could do. When you got pushed on your back foot, you were able to recover like this. And that's why she pushes out with her, the start of that animation involves her slapping her shield out for that initial hit. And that's why if you do this in front of a thing like this, is the only way you can just land that shield bash that I just did. You can only land that shield bash if you do it in front of it. And the reason why is because originally it wasn't like that. Originally what would happen is you would block, and then you would get pushed back a little bit, and then your character didn't jump back so far forward. Your character would only jump forward as far as you were pushed back, I'm thinking. And so what would end up, so think about it, right? Because here's what you do here is you jump back really fucking far when you activate this ability. See how far you jump? Like, we're gonna look at the tree. Look at how far back you jump. And then you jump forward. And you don't jump forward far enough to land that initial shield bash because you throw out the shield bash before you get all the way back to where you were. And that's why the shield bash whiffs. So because they use like legacy animations and kind of repurpose them a little bit, you end up with like not your full damage. So not only is the backstep charge slash the hardest attack in the entire game to execute accurately, but you don't even get the full intended damage out of it because there's a shield bash that you will never fucking land unless this is the enemy's face, right? And you're like, hold on a second, stand right there. Then you run behind the enemy and look away from him and then activate your backstep slash like this. Like you do, like, here's his head, right? You're like, all right, Mr. Monster. I'm about to do my super attack. Wait 1 second. Okay, I'm in position. And now, wait, hold on. It's really fucking hard to reactivate sometimes. Just wait right there. Oh, fuck, I aimed it in the wrong direction. My bad. This is a really fucking challenging Mr. Monster. Just continue to wait, please. Please. Okay, I'm in position. And let's turn slightly. And now. Fuck. All right. I didn't land it again. I only hit you with the shield this time. Okay, Mr. Monster. I'm sure we're going to get it this time. You continue to wait there. And okay. I think I'm in position. Haha! I hit you with all 3 of my attacks! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! No other weapon in the entire game has that kind of thing. None. Name a weapon that has attacks that you cannot land during the animation if you're in position. Like, and by position, I mean as in, you're like this, right? You're like, I'm looking at the monster. I am within striking range of my opponent. I shall initiate the attack. Hi-ya-ya! Wait, one of the attacks missed somehow, even though I was in perfect position. There is no other weapon in the game that has that issue. I kind of want to make a video about this and bring this attention to the world. Like, maybe they'll fix it. Joe is cooperative. He would wait. He'd be like, okay, yeah, all right. And he's like, you move to his right side. He's like, why are you facing away from me? Like, don't worry about it. It's like, okay, just look forward again. You need to put your face back where it was. Okay, all right. Is this right? Like, yeah, all right. Here we go. He's like. Then you whiff the whole thing. He's like, you didn't hit me at all. Like, well, it's difficult. Let me get back into position. And then finally you hit him with just the shield part. And he's like, oh, ow. I didn't even know you did a shield attack during that. That's interesting. I'm like, yeah, but I didn't get the full thing. He's like, oh, okay. You want to try again? Yeah, I got to get all 3 hits. There's 3 hits? Like, what the fuck, dude? There's no other weapons in the game that have that issue. The closest would be the charge blade, but even that is when positioned correctly, you're fine. Because imagine this entire wall had a hitbox, right? It's not that I'm pushing past the enemy. It's that I'm not pushing past the enemy. So imagine this wall was the monster, and I'm swinging into it. Every combo for every weapon in the entire game, you would land 100% of those hits. Unless you're a sword and shield user. When you do this combo, that shield bash that just happened would have missed. And if you do it like this instead, same thing. I did it in the wrong direction though. There we go. Same thing, it would whiff. Where every other weapon in the entire game would not whiff one of their attacks if right pushed into their opponent. Instead, if you want to land that attack, you have to push past your opponent, slightly to the left of the opponent, because most opponents are solid, right? So you're going to want to have to push past them, be slightly to the left, and then do it. I wasn't put far enough past him. The shield bash still missed. Dude, I was standing right here. I was, instead of standing here, I was standing here, and I still wasn't far enough past the monster to make it so the shield would actually land. Instead, you got to be about like maybe here. Oh my god, that switched angles, so I don't know. I don't want to count that actually. Let's not be that harsh on it because it switched the angle. Like this is so fucking difficult to do. That's right. Look slightly to the right because it's gonna adjust into the opposite direction because of how fucking janky this attack is. Okay. Oh yeah, and I got to get the camera position because the direction you face, the direction you press is based on which direction your character is facing, based on, and the position in your camera. So, what direction is my character currently facing? It looks like they're facing that direction, and because my camera's facing this direction, what I need to do in order to get this to work is I need to press, instead of just right on the joystick, I need to press right and slightly down while holding guard. And apparently that wasn't the correct guess. Let's try right and slightly down again. Nope, so it wasn't that at all. So right now, where does it look like she's facing? Right here at the camera, right? Actually, where she's facing is right here. Yes, believe it or not, the direction slightly left to where she is looking from her point of view, or slightly right from our point of view, is actually where the camera's facing. Not here, but here. So, what that means is, if I put the camera here, I actually have to press the controller perfectly diagonal, I believe, slightly right and back. No, that didn't do it. Let's put it back in a position. No. There it is. It was slightly down more than it was to the right and back. It was basically southeast, but slightly more south than southeast. One of the best ways to consistently get it is to basically make your camera go to a neutral position. And so the way you do this is like you're fighting the monster because the monster's always moving on you, right? You know, these motherfuckers don't stand still. They're always moving. So they're always moving around and shit like that, and you're looking towards them as you're fighting, right? But which direction am I facing now? Am I facing directly up? Or am I facing slightly to the right? Notice how it looks I'm facing slightly to the right? I'm actually, I think, facing directly up. Let's see. If I press up on the controller, perfectly up, and then go back into a resting position, look what she's doing. Yeah, that's right. I was not facing slightly right. It looks like I'm facing slightly right, but I'm actually facing directly ahead of my character, perfectly centered. So if I was to draw a line, on my screen for the direction she was facing, it would be a perfectly vertical line. It wouldn't be like slightly to the sides or any of that shit. It would be up and down, right? It would just be an up and down straight line all the way through the screen. But look at her line of sight. Notice that she's looking off to the right and up. Even when she's blocking slightly to the right. I pressed directly down and it worked. I didn't press down and left, by the way. That's directly down. I am holding the same direction. I've never let go. Notice how I started running exactly backwards? I didn't run backwards into the left like it turned me. I ran exactly backwards. Now that's because of the way the controls work. You have to press down slightly before you press circle. Because if you press circle slightly before you press down, you go in that direction. And if you press down slightly before you do circle, you go in that direction. Isn't that cute? But you have more room for failure, more room for being slightly off. Because here's the thing. If you try to press the buttons at the exact same frame, unless you press these two things at the exact same frame, which is very hard to do when it comes to an analog stick and a button, to push these two things on the exact same fucking frame is very difficult. If you are one frame off, she will just ever so slightly turn to the right if you press circle first, and to the left if you press the directional button first. So you have no control over which direction she goes because you don't really know. See, she went left that time. I tried to do it at the exact perfect timing and she went left. She went right that time. I tried to do it at the exact same timing I did last time, but suddenly she went right. So what you do is you choose. I choose down first because down has more frames of forgiveness. You can press down and then wait and then press circle and still get it. Whereas with you circle, if you press circle and then wait and then press down, you've already started your animation for your attack, and so you don't get it. You get a few extra frames of leeway when you press down first. But when you press down first, you turn left. If you press circle first, for some reason, I guess it's because she's starting to move her hand, I don't know, you start to turn right. I don't know why. I just don't. So I press down, I look at my target, and this is how I do it. The first thing I do, because if I'm like fighting here and I'm like doing my thing and I'm like doing my thing, and then I'm like, oh, I want to do the thing. So right now I'm not ready for it yet. I've centered my camera on it. That's step number 1. This is how hard this is to do. First step, center your camera. Next step, attack the target. Am I facing the target right now? The answer is no. I'm actually facing a little bit to the right. But how much to the right am I facing? I don't really know, because it's kind of ambiguous where your line is perfectly. So what I do then is I tap slightly forward towards the enemy. And now I know for sure I am facing the enemy. See? Because I walked towards the tree, and that's how my character is still facing. So this here is me facing directly at the tree. I am perfectly lined up with the tree, the way my body is horizontal to it, whatever, not horizontal, but angled. Doesn't matter, I'm now perfectly at the tree. But now that I fucked with the camera, I might not be correct where it is. I might be slightly off. I was slightly off. My head's not in the exact same position now. So you got to stop moving your camera. First, you get your camera in position. Then you stop moving your camera. Then, just to make sure you're facing the right direction, you double check by tapping towards it. And I wasn't, because now my head is slightly in a different direction. And then I am ready to do the block down, wait a quarter of a second or less, and then hit shield. Hit circle. What the actual fuck? You ready for this? Unless you press both buttons on the first actionable, like on the first fucking frame, like there's not one frame of separation, your character will always turn in one direction or the other. You'll either turn a few frames to the right or a few frames to the left, based on whichever direction you pressed first. Because I know that I'm going to press down first, I'm actually currently not actually correctly in position. Taking that step forward makes me know that I'm correctly facing the tree. This is what it looks like to face the tree. Now it's time to make sure that I'm facing just slightly left to the tree, because I'm going to turn to my right because I hit the down button slightly before I hit the left button. So we got to go like this. And now we do this. And then we do that. Oh, I screwed it up. Let's inch back into the spot. Okay. Screwed it up. Inch back into the spot. Oh my god. For some reason I looked left. It was right. I know it's right. Because I don't know what I'm thinking. Right is... Looking to the left is when you hit circle first. Son of a bitch. Alright, so let's do this all again. Because I'm talking myself through it, I mixed up which direction was which. But so, we look at the target. Now we take a step toward... That didn't work. I was walking to the right of it the whole time. We look at the target, then we take a step towards the target, and now we know that we're in position. I instinctively turned a little bit to the right away. Because, you know, I've done this so much. So I had to, like, take a step twice. Because you notice that I step towards the target and then sort of veer off a little right. That's because that's the next step. So then I veer to a little bit to the right. I block. And then I do this. Oh, my bad. No, I think I need to turn the camera again. Yes, I think I need to turn the camera again. Let me just do this naturally. Let's do this naturally. So I'm not gonna walk through it. I'm just gonna do it naturally. Okay. So I want to target. All right. So here we go. Stop thinking about it. Just do it. Okay. Yes. Yes, I do turn the camera again. Okay. So here's what I do. I look at the target and I walk towards the target, and then I look to the right and turn the camera slightly to the right, and then I turn a little bit more instinctively, so I'm assuming it needs to be about there because of, you know, instincts. And then I hit back and down. Huh? I hit back and X. Fuck. All right, I'm back into position. I hit back and down. Yep, look, I turned right towards the tree and perfectly aimed at the tree. I didn't have the right spacing, obviously. I wasn't close enough, but that wasn't my goal. My goal was to actually aim towards the tree with that strike perfectly. Because if you do it like this, and then you try to press those buttons as close as you can towards each other. That was me trying to press them at the exact same time. Notice I went in the wrong direction. Ooh, I went in the wrong direction, but I was just barely close enough to land it that time. Okay. I think I did it again. Yes! I didn't get the second hit, only the first hit, though. Technically, I only got the second hit and not the third hit. I didn't get the first or second. First or third. Because remember, the shield bash always misses. Alright, here we go. I think that one's going to be... Yeah, that one missed. Now, here's the thing. You don't have to do that. There's another way to do it, but I don't think this way works as well personally. So what you can do is you can know that you turned and then readjust. See, I adjusted too far. So, because you're going to turn and you know you're going to be off, and then you can readjust mid-strike. I didn't do the charge. Readjust mid-strike. There we go. Damn it. See, I'm over... See, that's... I'm not good at doing this because I never do it this way. I'm going to miss constantly. But you can accurately readjust. Damn it. See, I didn't even move that time. I didn't adjust at all, even though I thought I did. Alright, a little bit over here. Damn it! I'm trying so fucking hard, dude. Motherfucker! Slightly. Yes! You see how fucking hard that is? And I still didn't get it perfectly centered. That was a 226 hit combo. 226 damage combo. 226. You know how fucking hard I worked for that 226 damage? Watch this. That's 156. I'm just gonna tap the circle button 3 times this time. I just got a 212 hit combo. It took the exact same amount of time, if not less. Let's make it take the same amount of time. $375 damage, and that takes about the same amount of time as this. I fucking fucked it up. And I don't want to hear that rising when I can come back down and hit again. That's not part of the combo as far as I'm concerned, because if that's part of the combo, then this is also part of this combo. So, oop, I messed up. There we go. This is also part of this combo. The fact that I can do the combo infinitely is part of this combo, right? It never ends. There's no end to this combo. I can do it as long as I want. There's no end to it. So I'm doing a favor to this attack by not counting this final hit here of 50 whole 7 damage. Because in the time it took for that 50 whole 7 damage to land, she can reset the full combo and get 2 extra hits for 52 and 56. Really, actually, probably it should be 3 hits. It's probably that amount of attacks. Yeah, that's probably the same amount of time. Yeah. You're working so fucking hard to make this super fucking hard to aim attack land. To do less damage than you can do just by doing your normal combos.